NDC.
Yes. May it please my lords, I appear for the petitioners. With me, Stephen Dapa Ado. Miss Gloria Akufu. Frank Davis. Kwame Akufu. Kweku Esirfi. Egbert Fable Jr. and Professor Kenneth Ajimana-Tefa.
Please, my Lord, I appear for the President. My learned colleague is here, but they are doing some audits of papers that we intend to use. So if your Lordships will permit me, I'll announce him as well. Dr. Aziz Bamba.
May it please your Lordships, James Kwashi Aiden for the second respondent, and with me my learned friend Anthony Darby. Similarly, Mr. Amate Fiu and Frida Bruce Appiah are also engaged temporarily and will be here later, my lords.
If your Lordships please, I appear for the third respondent, and with me my learned friend Samuel Kojo. should have started at 9:30, but we're told some special voting had to take place here first. So once that is done. Now, Dr. Baumia, we were going through a number of your exhibits, pink sheets, in relation to the issue of the biometric verification device and the entries in column C of the exhibits you have today. And I'm going to show you now Exhibit MB-8, M-814. MB-M-814. And it's in respect of the Aladura Church. It's in respect of the Aladura Church. I can't quite read the next word, and it has a polling station code of D110407. I'm sorry. The code is D110407. There seems to be something in brackets afterwards, but I've left that out. There seems to be an A in brackets after that at a distance from the polling station code. D110407 and then something in bracket. The one I'm just showing you, Aladura, I think we're using it. Now, can you tell us the figures in C1 and C3, please?
The figure in C1, I think, in the box, I mean, something outside the box, talking about 493 probably, and then inside the box also 493 for C3. In the context of C3, what it says is that those who did not use the biometric verification device were 493,
It doesn't actually say that, Dr. Bawumia. Can you read what C3 says? It doesn't say that.
Yes, my lord. It actually
Can
does.
you read what it says?
It says that the number of ballots issued to voters verified by the use of Form 1C, but not by the use of the biometric verification device.
So those verified by Form 1C, but not the BVD. Isn't that what it says?
Precisely, my lord. And
so don't give us half the story.
Actually, it is the full story, my lord. The biometric verification device manual tells us that the device verifies actually both disabled and the abled. So yesterday's story that it cannot verify the disabled is wrong, flat wrong. It will verify both the abled and disabled.
And so is that on the face of the pink sheet? Are you giving...
Oh, this is in the user manual, my lord. Page 14 of the user manual for the second respondent in the conduct of this election. It is very clear.
It is not on the face of the pink sheet. Is it on the face of the pink sheet?
It doesn't have to be on the face of the pink sheet, my lord. It is telling you what is verified. Is it on the face of the pink sheet or is it not? Can you give an answer? On the face of the pink sheet, C3 tells you the number of voters who were issued ballots and verified by the use of Form 1C, which is essentially the laminated portion of their voter's ID card, but not by the verification device. If you did not go through the verification device, you did not go through. There's no other category of voters that is going to be verified. Everybody who is verified is either able or disabled. So if you were not verified.
Doc, you are not giving evidence now. Just listen to the questions, answer them as briefly as you can.
And you see, Dr. Bawumia,
this forum, we keep on telling you, is a different forum. It is, you don't approach it like the presidential debates. How they go on. Here is just a legal exercise. We want certain information according to certain procedures. Let us do our work. Can you go over? You said C1, the figure in it was 493. 493. And C3?
493, but in C1 it's empty. There's a writing on the side which indicates a 493, I think, just outside the box.
Yes, okay.
And Dr. Bawumia, you are aware, are you not, that CI 75 does not provide for what happens if there is a breakdown of equipment? You're aware?
I'm not aware, maybe you can.
No, you're aware that it does not provide for what happens if there's a breakdown of equipment. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of that, that's fine. Are you aware of any guidelines of the EC in the event of breakdown of biometric verification equipment? Are you aware of that?
What I've heard, my lords, is that if there is a breakdown, voting should stop and the machine should be replaced before voting continues.
And you're also aware, are you not, that the electoral register itself was established as a biometric register for these 2012 elections?
Yes, my lord.
And in answer to counsel for the second respondent, you confirmed that when, I believe, the barcode on the ID card is scanned, the voter's picture shows up to the electoral official. You confirm that?
That is what is supposed to happen, my lord.
So that is a form of verification against a biometric register, is it not?
That is what is supposed to happen. Identification is different from verification. The only people who are allowed to verify by face only are those who are permanently or temporarily traumatized, and that their barcode will allow verification by the BVD. And that is why all those who have trauma are actually verified.
Dr. Baumia, you still don't answer my question. I said, from the process that you were asked about, the process of scanning the barcode and the picture of the person with the ID card showing up, from that process, you actually verify the identity of the voter, do you not?
Yes, you verify the identity with either the voter's ID card or some other identification.
And you verify that in the context of a biometric register. Is that not correct?
That is correct, my lord.
But you are saying to this court that when someone says no verification, no vote, your interpretation is that no verification through the biometric fingerprint device, no vote. That's what you're saying to this court.
That's exactly what the second respondent says to everybody, that even though you have to identify...
I'm asking for what you are saying to this court, not what the second respondent says to everybody. What are you saying to this court? You are saying...
We are essentially repeating what the second respondent says to everybody, and therefore saying that the law says that every voter shall be biometrically verified. And if you are not biometrically verified, you are in contravention on the law unless you are exempted. And even for those who are exempted, they will be verified not with fingerprint, but by their face only. And so, if you don't verify, you are in violation of the law, either by fingerprint or by face only.
The law is what the second respondent says it is.
The second respondent is...
Is that correct?
The second respondent was quoting CI 75. I'm not a lawyer, but I think section 32 of CI 75 makes it clear, by my understanding.
I suppose you're aware that that understanding may be wrong.
As I said, I'm not a lawyer, but that understanding was what all political parties went into the election with.
Well, that's certainly not true. The party that I represent in this court did not go in with that understanding. So what you're saying cannot apply.
I know you have your own special understandings. But you see that in Kulugona, for example, one person did not vote in Kambaga and Alergo constituency. One person voted without verification, and the results in that whole polling station were annulled. In Bongani, in the same constituency, one person voted without verification. The results were annulled. That was the understanding.
Now, of course, you were not at those polling stations you have just made reference to. You were not there.
Yes, my lords, I was not there.
And you don't actually know from your personal knowledge what happened at those polling stations. You don't know from your personal knowledge. Wait.
I wasn't there.
Do you? You were not there.
But I've seen the collation forms.
And so you're not able to tell us what actually happened apart from what you claim you saw on the collation forms. You can't tell us what discussions took place amongst those who were involved there. You can't.
Sure, I can't. I wasn't there.
That's fine.
But evidence is there that they were annulled.
According to you?
According to the evidence, my lords.
I'm going to show you another of your exhibits. Exhibit MBM 891. Lord, if I may just hold back on that for a moment. I just want to get something. Thank you. Now, this exhibit that we just went over, Aladura Church, where the same figure 493 is in C1 as in C3. Can you just read to the court the votes that were cast?
My lords, the votes...
The votes that were cast for the different candidates.
Yes, my lords. The votes cast for the different candidates following the violations include John Dramani Mahama 454, Henry Late 1, Nana Akufo-Addo 28, Pakwesi Ndum 1, Akwesi Odike 0, Ayariga Hassan 0, Michael Abu Sakara Foster 1, Jacob Osei Yeboah 0.
And your polling agents acknowledged those results to be what was counted at the polling station. Your polling agents acknowledged that, do they not?
Yes, our polling agents signed the sheet, but that does not, even if they did not sign, it would not invalidate the results. They will still be announced, and that will not prevent us from still complaining.
The question, use the biometric length of the question to answer it. It says that your polling agents signed.
Yes, they did, my lord.
Yes.
And you see, Dr. Baumia, it's not the number of times you repeat that, but we still have a case. It's not the number of times you repeat it that makes your case better. So if you can just answer my questions, then we proceed. Now,
it is that he has the liberty of repeating his questions so many times. but he does not expect the answer to be repeated. Is that what he's telling the court? You keep on repeating your questions, and you expect the answer to change.
I proceed with my cross-examination. Now,
Virus yourself. Yes, go on.
there is no protest by your polling agent in respect of any irregularity on the face of that polling sheet, is there?
On the face, no, but that doesn't preclude us from coming here to seek redress.
So we move now to the exhibit MB-M-891. That's the D/A primary school. And I think the name is Giaco, but I'm not sure. DZ and then something. And the polling station code is D222101. D222101.
MB-M819.
That was exhibit number.
Yes, exhibit 9.
The code was D something. 101, I believe so. Can you read what's in C1 and C3?
C3 is 138, and C1 also by 138.
Now, Dr. Baumia, can you confirm that your polling agent was at that polling station?
I can confirm that someone signed as a polling agent for the MPP.
But you're not sure whether it was actually somebody who...
Yeah, you're asking me to confirm since you and I were not there. I'm just looking at the evidence on the face of the pink sheet.
No, that's an interesting observation. So what you're saying is that in each of these cases, you are not, as you sit here, able to tell this court that those signatures were signatures of a representative of the first petitioner.
We have not checked every single signature.
These are your exhibits.
Yeah, I'm just saying we have not checked every single signature. There are a lot of exhibits that are suspect, my lords.
There are a lot of your exhibits that are suspect.
A lot of the pink sheets provided by the second respondent that are suspect, my lord.
But they are your exhibits in this court, are they not?
Precisely, and that's why we've brought them here.
On which you are relying to make a case before this court, is that not correct?
That's correct, my lord.
But you're saying now that a lot of these exhibits are suspect.
Most of the violations, irregularities, my lord, because these irregularities should not occur, my lord.
And among the things that are suspect, according to you, are signatures which purport to be those of NPP polling agents. Is that correct?
Precisely, my lords. We gave an example of Joasso Court Hall the other day. 3 pink sheets for 1 polling station. And we could not identify some of the agents on that sheet as belonging to our party.
I see. I was in court, but I didn't understand that that was the issue. So now I'm clearer about the issue that you were posing in that case. I was in court the other day. I did not hear that there was an issue about the polling agents not being NPP polling agents.
Is counsel addressing the court, or is that supposed to be a question to the witness? If he addresses the court in this manner and the witness also responds in kind, then there's a problem.
A distinction. Sometimes maybe a novelty, but maybe like laying a foundation for the question to be put.
Well, that's clearly what I was doing, because the witness answered my... The witness is. And so what you've just explained is important, and we need to understand it. You're saying that signatures or signatures purporting to be NPP polling agent signatures are suspect in certain cases, such as the Joasso Court Hall.
You asked me a question, my lords, to confirm that this is, and I'm saying that on the face of it, it is a signature for the MPP agent, but to ask me to confirm, it's a bit more difficult since I wasn't exactly there. That is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you also added that some of these signatures are suspect, as in the case of the Joasso Court Hall.
We saw one case in which there was a suspect signature, and therefore if you ask me to confirm, my lords, it then becomes a difficulty. All I'm saying is that on the face of it, our polling agent appears to have signed.
Can you recall what that suspect's signature was?
No, I can't.
But
there are three polling pink sheets. Even the presiding officer, you have two different presiding officer signatures for that polling station. It's not only the polling agents, even the presiding officer, you have two different signatures for that polling station.
You said you couldn't remember, but if those exhibits were shown to you in the course of your testimony, you would be able to identify the one that you say is suspect, would you?
We should be. We call...
You personally, not we. You, Dr. Baumia.
We called Joasu and talked to our agents there, and the agent said that there were two males who went, but on the form for our agents, there was a male and a female in one of them. And so that was a problem for them in Joasu.
And so you, Dr. Baumia, would be able to tell this court if you had those sheets?
Well, if I consulted with our people in Joasu, I will be able to confirm exactly which agents went, but not sitting here, I would not be able to.
Very well. Now, Dr. Baumia, you see, not only you confirm that there is no protest in respect of that polling station by your polling agent. There's no protest in respect of anything that went on at that polling station. You confirm that, do you not?
Yes, I do confirm that there was no protest on the face of the pink sheet, but that does not preclude us from bringing the case here.
Can you read the votes that were cast for the respective candidates?
Yes, my lord. The votes from the violations ended up with John Mahama 121, Henry Latte 0, Nana Akufo-Addo 11, Pakwesi Ndum 0, Akwesi Odike 0, Ayaraga Hassan 1, Michael Abuk Sakara Foster 0, Jacob Osei Yeboah 1.
Those were the votes that were actually declared at that polling station.
Yes, my lord.
And those votes, as in the case of other polling stations, were actually then sent to the constituency collation center, were they not?
Yes, my lord.
And that actually happened in the case of all the pink sheets that I have shown you.
Yes, my lord.
I'm suggesting to you that at no collation center was any issue raised about invalidating results because of biometric verification device issues. At no collation center was any issue raised.
At no collation center in the country?
In the country.
That I cannot confirm that. I wasn't at every collation center in the country.
Okay.
But the evidence we have shows that voting without biometric verification did take place. And this is why we are bringing it to this court for redress, because it was in contravention of the law.
Now,
I didn't get your question very well. You said at no collation center
was a protest raised regarding biometric verification and its effect on the votes that were being tallied.
And your answer was?
That the evidence we have on the face of the pink sheets shows that people voted without biometric.
The answer is, the question is about the collation center.
And I said I wasn't present at every collation center, my lord. So I can't confirm that.
Were you at any collation center at all, yourself?
No, I wasn't at any collation center, my lord.
But of course, you would expect that your agents representing you at the collation center would also raise any issue that would affect the results to be declared, would you not?
Yes, if they were aware.
And you're aware that both at the polling station level and at the collation center level, there are appropriate forms for expressing a protest, are you not? You're aware?
Yes, my lord.
And I believe that the process is that from the collation centers, results are then sent to the headquarters of the second respondent. Is that your understanding also?
Yes, my lord.
And at the headquarters of the second respondent, your party had representatives as the results were being sent to the headquarters. Is that correct?
Yes, my lord.
I'm suggesting to you that none of the representatives of your party at the headquarters of the second respondent, when these results were being brought in, none of them raised a protest in regard to the results based on the lack of biometric verification. I'm suggesting that to you.
My lords, at some point during the results collation process at the headquarters, our representatives stopped signing the results forms, but the second respondent said it was of no consequence and still went ahead to declare the results because they stopped signing because they were hearing that there were several irregularities.
You haven't answered my question. My question was, none of your representatives raised a protest based on the lack of biometric verification affecting the tally. None of them did that.
My lords, I'm not aware that any representative raised a specific protest regarding biometric verification at the headquarters.
Do you know who represented you at the headquarters by any chance?
I think, I'm not sure, but maybe Kwabena Japong. I'm not quite sure the full set of people who were there.
But maybe Kwabena Japong.
Could have been one of them. I think he definitely did in 08, most likely in 2012 as well. But I don't have a full set of people in mind right now.
Sorry, most likely, I didn't hear the bit. You said most likely.
So I thought maybe Kwabena Japong would have been one of them, but I'm not 100% sure, my lord. So I can get back to you on that later on.
Was Gloria Kufo one of those?
I'm not aware of that, my lord.
Okay. Now, there was a meeting convened by the second respondent at the instance of your party under the auspices of the Peace Council. You're aware of that?
Yes, I am aware of that, my lord.
And in that meeting, representatives of your party, including, I believe, the third petitioner, were present. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lord.
And at that meeting, with the second respondent, representatives of the third respondent were also present. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of that, my lord.
And you're aware that at that meeting, it was being proposed to the second respondents that they not go ahead with the declaration of the results. You're aware of that?
Yes, my lord.
Now, no issue of voting without biometric verification device was raised at that meeting. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of that. I wasn't at that meeting, but I'm not aware of the specific issues that were raised.
Now, you said in evidence in this court that a committee was created, which you headed, by your party to look into reports of irregularities and malpractices and violations and all the designations. Is that correct?
Yes, my lord.
Now, I think you also referred to that same committee as a task force. Are the two expressions synonymous?
Yes, my lord.
They're synonymous. So the committee and the task force, they mean the same thing. How many members were there in that committee? Would you remember by any chance?
I think we had it was actually a large number, probably close to 20.
Probably close to 20. And that was the committee that had the pink sheets to review from all the constituencies.
Yes, my lord.
And I mean, the members of the committee were party loyalists, were they not?
Actually, they were also volunteers.
But they were party loyalists. They were party loyalists. I mean, that's my question.
They were supportive of the party. No.
And they were people who were interested in the first petitioner becoming the president of Ghana.
There were people who were interested in seeing justice done in Ghana.
Were they also interested in seeing the first petitioner becoming president of Ghana?
I think they were interested in seeing that our democracy was built on sound foundations.
Were they interested in seeing the first petitioner becoming president of Ghana?
I did not ask them that specific question.
I'm suggesting to you that they were interested in the first petitioner becoming president and you becoming his vice president.
My Lord, this has never been a personal undertaking.
No, I'm saying the committee were interested in that. I'm suggesting that to you.
We were interested in seeing the right thing done for the future of this country.
Now, some of them, I believe, were university graduates. University students, what was the?
We had a mix of professionals, university graduates, and so on. Yes.
And some students.
Yes, and some students.
And some students from the university. From the university.
Yes, from the universities. Yeah.
And the task of the committee was to examine the pink sheets and look for what is wrong on the face of the pink sheet. That's the task that the committee had. Is that right?
The task was to look to see if there was anything that suggested that the election was not properly run on the face of the pink sheet. Yes, my Lord.
That's right, on the face of the pink sheet. Now, were there some lawyers in that committee?
I don't think so. No.
So, as far as understanding what were irregularities and so on to look for were concerned, you gave the directives as to what to look for to the members of the committee. Is that correct?
Well, one had to understand the pink sheets, and of course we consulted with the legal team also to get a sense of what legally would be considered a violation on the face of the pink sheet.
But you gave the directives as head of the team, of the committee, you gave the directives to them that this is what we're looking for, this is what we're looking for, and so on. Is that correct or not?
Well, yes, I did in consultation with our legal team.
That's correct. Okay. So, for instance, in respect of biometric verification, you gave the directive that they should go through, and wherever there was C3, they should pick out that pink sheet as an irregularity. That was your directive. Is that not correct?
Well, actually, that a lot of these were entered on the computer, and the computer actually was able to select those constituencies for which we had, those polling stations for which we had pink sheets, what the violations were.
Yes, but the directive to pick out, whether by computer or by hand, the directive was to pick out wherever there was something in C3. Is that not right?
Yeah, we entered this onto the computer, and the computer generated reports for where there were violations for C3 or C1 as we speak.
So that as soon as a figure popped up in C3, your position was that there is an irregularity, just as soon as the figure pops up, and then you picked up that pink sheet as evidence. Is that not correct?
That's not correct. You take a look at it, my lord, and if it is in violation with the law of the law, then it is in violation of the law, and we pick it up as a violation.
Now, again, you gave the directives to the members of the committee that whenever they find a serial number in one polling station repeated as the serial number for the pink sheet, that is, a serial number in one polling station and then in another, whenever they see those, that's a violation. I mean, you must have given that instruction for them to look for these serial number duplications.
It was automated, my lord. To find duplicate serial numbers in so many pink sheets is very difficult to do manually. So once you enter all the serial numbers for all the pink sheets in the computer, you can sort out by the same serial number, and we did that and found duplicate serial numbers.
Sort of based on your understanding that once there's a duplicate serial number, there's an irregularity.
We found it curious, my lord, that the serial number is supposed to be unique to a polling station. And when we provided our further and better particulars, the response of the second respondent made us even more curious, because they said that they were printing them because they expected more people to file for the presidential. And that was an obvious lie, because by the time they printed them, the number of people who were to file had been determined.
Now, you see, what I'm trying to establish at this point is that certain pink sheets were picked out from all the polling stations in the country in order to present as evidence before this court. In order for your computer to bring out serial number pink sheets, your serial numbers on pink sheets and their duplication, you must have the view that that represents an irregularity. So can you just indicate to us, was that a view of your legal team or of yourself as head of the committee?
Well, I think we discussed it with the legal team, that is it regular to have the same serial number in two different polling stations?
I'm wondering whether counsel can be eliciting from the witness discussions that he has had with his legal team. I thought that that is privileged, and he keeps going on asking this question about discussions he's had with the legal team. I believe that is privileged.
My Lord?
Well, yes.
My Lord, the petitioner is giving evidence before this court about allegations of irregularity. And he has provided, by way of testimony, pink sheets from various constituencies in this country. He is explaining how those particular pink sheets were selected. That's what my question is about. What was the basis on which certain pink sheets and not others? So I think it's entirely appropriate for the petitioner to talk about the fact that he had consultations with his legal team. There's no attempt to elicit any sort of details of the content of those conversations. The only point that I'm seeking to establish is the basis on which those particular pink sheets were picked out. If he refers to the legal team consultations in answer, that clearly is available to him to answer. He cannot be stopped by his counsel from giving what is a truthful account of what he knows. That is really the point at issue. I'm asking him the basis on which they pick up serial numbers on pink sheets, and he said they did it in consultation with the legal.
And the trouble is that after establishing a certain major premise from which certain deductions can naturally flow, you then nonetheless go piecemeal on that issue. I don't.
Yeah, my lords, with respect, I don't believe that I need to indicate what my next questions are going to be, because I'm
not saying that you should indicate. What I'm saying is that if the man says that he set up this committee in consultation with his legal team, and he is saying that their work was guided by the legal advice of that team, the rest follows. Whether on a particular thing, it was referable to that, the next thing it was referable to, I thought that it's a common basis for all those details,
Very well.
Yeah.
Very well.
I want to find out if you want to find out from him the basis or the sort of advice he got from the legal team. Because that seems to be the objection of counsel.
I'm not trying to get the sort of advice, because I appreciate that is a legal matter that we are going to get into ourselves. So I'm not seeking to get into the sort of advice he got from the legal team. All I'm asking him is how they came to select certain pink sheets from the 26,002. That's really all I'm asking him. So if he answers by saying that they gave a command to a computer, and then I proceed to ask, but the computer had to be told that wherever there's duplication, so how did you come about that directive? I mean, that's your view? Is that? I don't see what's wrong with those questions.
My Lord.
So the computer, just to.
We have.
Very well.
We have told you that this line of questioning, in the first place, not so necessary. It's a question of inference addressed from the major premise established, and then quite clearly you cannot unravel the advice that flowed between him and the legal team.
I made it clear with respect that I have not sought to do that. I'm not seeking to unravel the nature of the advice that that is a matter on which we will address you legally, and frankly I don't really care very much.
What was the last question? I even stopped writing many of them that the objection was raised to.
Well, maybe my learned friend can tell us what the question he was objecting to.
All right, let him proceed. If it happens, you can. Yes, go.
Now, Dr. Baumia, in respect of the biometric verification device issue, you have said that some 500 and something thousand people voted without biometric verification.
Yes, my Lord.
And that essentially is the total of what is in the column C3 on the pink sheets that your committee reviewed. Is that not correct?
Yes, my lord.
I just 500 and something thousand. I can't remember what you said.
Yeah, I remember. It's 535,000, huh? Isn't it?
Yes, my lord.
Yes.
Plus some change.
I remember that. Yes.
And you also indicated that some 800 and something thousand votes are what you are seeking to have annulled as a result of that allegation of irregularity.
Yes, my lord. The violation of the law tainted about 800 and I think 56,000 plus votes, and we are seeking to have them annulled.
And that figure is also really the figure of votes that were cast at the polling stations that you say are affected by this irregularity from the face of the pink sheet.
Yes, my lord. The violation of the law occurred in those polling stations. And so those votes were to be annulled. We're asking that those votes be annulled.
Now, it is not part of your claim that any of those 800,000 people voted without being on the biometric register, is it? Is it part of your claim?
No,
it's not.
It is our claim that votes in those places, voting without biometric verification, took place in those places, and consistent with what the second respondent has done in other polling stations in annulling those results, we should also have those ones annulled.
So you acknowledge that each of those 800 and something thousand people were on the biometric register. You acknowledge that?
That I cannot acknowledge. I wasn't there, you weren't there. So I cannot acknowledge that, my lord.
I'm suggesting to you that in relation to this issue of the biometric verification device, what you are putting before this court is a belated attempt to question votes that were duly counted at each polling station. That is what you're putting before this court.
No, my lords. We were given 21 days to file this petition, and we came in on time. with the evidence. So it is not a belated attempt, my lords.
Now, indeed, you were given, actually, I believe the law gave you 21 days. And you did file your petition on the 28th of December. Now, in the petition as filed, the numbers that you wanted to have annulled in respect of biometric verification were different from the numbers that you are now relying on, were they not?
Yes, my lords, we found more violations later on.
And so you amended your petition. Is that not correct?
Yes, my lords.
And in respect of this particular issue of biometric verification device, your numbers increased in your second amended petition.
Yes, my lord.
And then in the witness box, you said you had deleted some of the polling stations in the witness box.
Yes, my lord. So I think we had started with 2000.
And you said that the night before you started testifying, you had an update that you had summarized in Exhibit Exhibit A, I believe. A. Was it A? No. Exhibit A. A. It's right here. It's behind. Exhibit A. I said Exhibit A, yes. And so anyway, we'll proceed. So you basically said you had done an update as of last night in your evidence.
Yes, my lord.
Was that also based on the work of the committee or just your personal work?
No, of the work of the committee, my lord.
The work of the committee. And you remember you did tender the exhibit that I'm referring to, Exhibit A, which was your update. You remember that?
Yes, for some, I think,
that's fine.
83 polling stations.
That was, Exhibit A was the update that was given. That's okay. We will proceed to... Now, Dr. Baumia, this committee that you headed was also involved in assembling the material that was put before this court, was it not?
Yes, my lord. along with others who were drafted in. It was a very huge task. We needed a lot of people because the documents were probably over 400,000 documents.
Hundreds of people, or?
It was a large number. I didn't actually have a full count of everybody who came in to assist.
Exactly. Exactly. And they all helped you as you put together the exhibits and so on?
Yes, my lords.
And as material was being assembled for court, all these people were involved to ensure that your case was presented to this court. Is that not correct?
Yes, my lords.
So, for instance, when you were swearing to affidavits in which you were attaching large numbers of exhibits, you did not personally check each exhibit, did you?
I did personally check each exhibit electronically and manually. We went through each exhibit.
So you personally checked each exhibit personally?
Yes, I did, my lord.
That's good. And so when you say to this court that your exhibits relate to 11,000 and something polling stations, that is something that you personally are able to vouch for?
That's what I believe to be true. But as you said, we're going to have an audit at some point to reconcile the numbers. That's what I believe to be true, my lord.
That's what you believe. And you indicated also in evidence earlier that at the home of the first petitioner, a commissioner of oaths was present before whom you swore the affidavit that you saw.
Yes, my lord.
And that commissioner of oaths was the one who stamped each of your exhibits. Is that not correct?
The commissioner had her assistants. I think there were so many, and they were stamping for him to sign, I think. Yeah.
This took a few days?
I think so. I think it took a couple of days or so.
A couple of days or so.
Yeah.
At the home of the first petitioner?
That's right. Yes.
And you're saying that there was mislabeling?
Exactly, my lord.
Can you look at this as well whilst we wait for your counsel to complete the review of the list, and then we can put the list in? Can you tell us which polling station?
Yes, my lords. This is the Church of Pentecost polling station. The polling station code is G170504. G170504.
And both are manually generated?
Yes, my lords, they are.
Yes. Can he please give us the exhibit number for this one of the Church of Pentecost polling station?
Yes, my lord, if I may give that, it is MB-E-104. That's one exhibit, and then another is MB-D-115. 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 Please look at this MB-E-164. And then MB-P for Peter -005038. (164) and the second is MB-P-005038.
Yes, my lords, this the same situation of a mislabeling of the pink sheets, but in the analysis, this pink sheet was only used once.
Now, in respect of each of the ones that I have shown you, can you also confirm something else? I took them to you, from you prematurely, but I'll give them back to you. Can you confirm where the Commissioner of Oath signed?
Yes.
Can you confirm that in each of them there is a blank as regards the exhibit number?
Yes, my lords, I can confirm that.
So there's a blank. To help us understand whether this blank also means zero, I just need to clarify. In that blank, there should have been the exhibit number, should there not?
Yes, I see that it was not inserted, yes, my lord.
It was not inserted. That was an error, would you say?
Well, I'll have to ask the Commissioner of Votes if he thought it was an error or not. But it should really be there. Huh? But
it should be there. So
that's my thinking. But maybe their line of business, they can explain what may be the case.
Human error is possible, is it not? Human error.
Yeah, as distinct from violations of the law.
Exhibit MB-D-88. And Exhibit MB-E-98. MB-D for Daniel -88. And the next one is MB-E-98. Please. Leave them for a moment. What is the polling station there?
This is Apewasika MA Primary School. Apewasika. Apewasika MA Primary School. MA Primary School into brackets A.
And again, you can confirm that there is a blank in the place where the exhibit number.
Yes, my lords.
Now, did you notice that there had been a blank before you sat in this witness box? Did you notice that?
No, it didn't actually occur to me before. I mean, we had seen some before.
No. You see, I'm asking a very straightforward question. Did you notice before you sat in the witness box that there were blanks in a number of those?
Yeah, that's what I said. It didn't register for me that they were blanks. I just assumed everything was fine as I deposed.
You did not notice?
No, my lord. It's not something I was exactly looking for.
Now, have a look at this as well. Exhibit MB-E-167, MB-E-167, and Exhibit MB-B-0053030.
Yes, my lord. This is for Kunyukuo Primary School. Kunyukuo, 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 Kunyukuo Primary School, with the polling station code of K 082501.
And you would say that there's mislabeling in respect of those as well?
Yes, my lord. But in the analysis, this polling station was used only once.
And you see that again, there is a blank in the space?
Yes, my lord.
Exhibit MB-E -160. And then exhibit MB-P-005009. And is it the same situation of the same polling station being reflected in two different exhibits?
Yes, my lord. There was mislabeling here too, but the polling station was only used in the analysis once.
Exhibit MB-H-820. I said MB-8-820, but I'm now inclined to think it's 800. I'm not sure. Well, the polling station code is, the name is DA Primary School. And then it's Kersive. It's K-E-R, is it K-O-R-S-I-V-E. Koshiba. My lord, on this occasion, my learned friend's ever is a bit better. But I wouldn't say Bako. But, and then there is exhibit MB-P-005637. MB-P-005637.
Yes, my lord, it's the same phenomenon.
And which is the polling station?
This is DA Primary School, Kesibe.
I think it's actually KOR, but I also read it like E, but KORSIV.
Kosive.
Yeah. And you will notice again that there is a blank. Is there? Is there a blank?
There's a blank on where the exhibit number is.
Where the exhibit number should have been placed. And at the time you were with the Commissioner for Oaths, you did not notice that he was not filling in certain places. You did not notice that?
No, I did not.
And it would appear that none of the rest of your colleagues noticed that either.
I'm not sure for anybody else. I can only speak for myself.
Well, the reason is because I'm saying it is still blank as we speak. It was exhibited with that blank.
Yes, my lord.
So clearly nobody else noticed that there was something missing that needed to be filled.
That I cannot say.
Okay. Now, Exhibit MB-E-166. MB-E-166. And Exhibit MB-P-005013.
Yes, my lord. Same phenomenon. Labeling two exhibit numbers on the same pink sheet. But it was only used in the analysis once.
Now, you will notice that for the second, the second one, the blank was actually filled in by the Commissioner for Oaths.
For the second one, yeah, the blank is inserted, yeah.
But not for the first one?
Yes, my lord. The second one was done was automated. It was electronically done.
The second one was filled in automatically?
Yes, my lord. It's an automated system. For the pink sheet, for the exhibit numbers, they are generated for the electronic version electronically.
Now, both of these were generated electronically, were they not? Both of these pink sheets that you have, they were generated electronically.
No, I'm just saying that there was one for which the exhibit numbers were filled in manually, and the other where they were filled in electronically.
Yes, and I'm saying that both of these pink sheets were generated electronically, were they not? Both of these pink sheets in front of you right now were generated electronically?
As in being printed? Or what?
I'm using your words.
I mean, the pink sheets came in, they were scanned, they were photocopied, they were printed.
I'm using your words. You said generated.
You have told this court that you started with manual numbering of the exhibits, and you later on changed to electronic version.
That's right. So
what council is asking is that the two pink sheets that you have, MBE 166 and MBP 005-013, are all electronically generated, if I understand his question.
They are not all
labeled. The exhibit numbers.
No, my lord. No, both have not been labeled electronically. One is manual, the other is electronic. That's why.
Were they both generated electronically?
One was manual, the other was electronic.
And the one that was, according to you, generated electronically has an exhibit number?
Yes, my lord, it happens to have an exhibit number.
But you're saying the other one was generated manually. Generated is your word, so...
Well, maybe if generated is a problem, it was written manually or written or electronically. Maybe that's what I should say.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in terms of that label on that second sheet, you're saying that it just was done through an electronic labeling process?
That's right, my lord.
But in respect of the first one, it appears there was a manual process.
That's right, my lord.
And according to you, that's how the blank appears to have...
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it was blank.
Okay. So you're not relating it being blank to being electronic?
No, not at all.
That's clear. I appreciate the clarification. Now, so you would agree that, well, let me give you this other one. Methodist Primary School, SCH, and then we can't read the rest of it, but it's MB-E-97, MB-E-97. MB-E-97 and MB-D-8 -87 probably. -87. MB-D-87. B this time. B as in Bravo. In both. MB, I'm sorry. I may have missed. Dash E in the first one, MB-E-97 the first one, and then -D-87 in the second one. No, the second one is D as in Daniel. D. Yeah. And then the first one is E as in Edward, -97. Okay. And the second one is D as in Daniel, -87. I'm sorry. Correct. Yes. I do not take liberties with your lordship's names. But please look at this as well.
Yes, my lords, you have the same problem of mislabeling in these two pink sheets. The same polling station.
And the polling station name is?
Methodist Primary School. I'm not quite sure what the... the last name is.
And again, in both cases, in respect of the Commissioner of Oath's stamp, they're blanks.
That's right.
In respect of the exhibit number.
That's right. But these are stations where overvoting took place, and we only used them once in the analysis.
You see, in each of these cases, the exhibits are used at different points in your attachment of the series. You realize that? They're used at different points. So...
Yes, my lord.
You would agree that if you didn't pay particular attention, you would not obviously notice that the same exhibit has been used more than once. You would agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yes, my lord.
And when I show you MB-H-720 and MB-P-005647, when I show you these, I'd like you also to pay attention to the situation with the Commissioner for Oaths side. I'm sorry. MB for Bravo H-720. And then MB-P-005647.
Yes, my lords, these are pink sheets for EP Primary School, Adaklu, Podu. The polling station code is D090203.
And you will notice that on the first one, there is a blank in relation to where the Commissioner for Oaths was supposed to identify the exhibit, and then in the second one, it is actually filled in.
Yes, my lord.
And in that second one, is it filled in electronically?
Yes, my lord.
And in fact, at the top, it appears the exhibit number was also filled in electronically.
Yes, my lord.
Now, the Commissioner for Oaths, I'm sure, is not as technologically talented as you are. So, the electronic entries, were they from the Commissioner for Oaths or from your system?
No, we were putting the electronic entries, and he was to stamp in accordance with the electronic entries.
No, if you just look at that, just that second sheet, that second sheet.
Yes.
You know, the exhibit number is sort of part of the stamp of the commissioner. Is that right?
No, the stamp is
it's separate.
It's separate, yes.
And then somehow electronically. That's why I'm trying to be. I'm trying to understand all your technological prowess. You know, the stamp was there manually, are you saying? And then
I'm just saying that you generate the electronic numbers and then you stamp accordingly, and this is what was done.
Yeah, just look at that second polling sheet and just help us to understand what happened. Clearly, the stamp there includes the exhibit number. Does it not?
It's not clear. My reading of this is that there is a stamp and then an exhibit number.
Okay.
So I mean they are
I'm not expressing
together.
myself very clearly. What I'm trying to say is that unlike the other situation, just let me show you. I clearly have not communicated, so I think I need to do better. I need to do better. Okay. I just want to understand the exhibit MB-P is somehow related to the stamp. But you're saying that the stamp was put separately and this exhibit number was also put separately. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yeah.
Well, I wasn't there, but you were there.
Yes, and that's my understanding, yeah.
Just keep looking at that because I want to clarify it some more, just for my own benefit. Just keep looking at the exhibit number is actually not entered at the place in the stamp where it should have been entered.
That's true. Yeah.
So it may have been entered ahead of the stamp being put?
Yeah, may have been, but as I said, that you generate the exhibit numbers and then the stamping also takes place. Yeah.
So in fact, you were trying to assist the Commissioner for Oaths by pre-printing the exhibit number in that particular case.
Yeah, I suppose, because you need a stamp up and down. Yes, I suppose that can be said.
So let's move to this one. Exhibit MB-J-137. MB-J-137. And exhibit MB-P-005644.
Yeah.
L/A primary, and primary is shortened to PRIM, and school SCH shortened form. Adaklu and something. Adaklu. And the son is Adaklu. Adaklu Dawanu. D-A-W-A-N-U, I think. D-A-W-A-N-U. Okay. And the second one is exhibit MB. Okay, yes, your Lordship, of course, is right. I think at the bottom here it says Adaku Dawa, no, Dawa, D-A-W-A, I think it's double A.
Yeah, it's past, but we came late.
So it's exhibit MB-P-005644.
That is good.
I just need to confirm that my learned friends are done. Are you done with the whole list? Okay. Yes, please just confirm that these two exhibits of yours are in respect of the same polling station.
That's correct, my lords. They are in respect of the same polling station, but only used in the analysis once.
And again, in respect of the second exhibit, if you just open it, I believe you can see that there is an exhibit number aligned, shall I say, to the stamp.
Yes, my lord.
And that exhibit number there was also generated electronically.
Yes, my lord.
And it was put there ahead of the Commissioner for Oaths coming to put his stamp.
Yes, I think so, my lord.
Have we finished that lot?
My Lord, I'm going to take, I'm asking him to go through the remainder, which have been gone through now by my learned friends for the petitioners. So once he confirms the same thing with the remainder, then we'll tender the list. So basically, I'm not going to take him one by one anymore, since it's now confirmed.
Okay.
He just needs to go through the list.
Okay.
Well, his counsel have gone through, but I think he needs to confirm that in respect of each, we have the same situation.
I think you all have noticed that the lunch bar has popped up in the machine. We scanned it. And,
my lords, I can confirm that you have the same polling stations which have been mislabeled, but I can also confirm that they've been used in the analysis once.
All right.
My lord. Okay, the sheet is over there. Sorry. Yeah, thank you. Lords, if we can tender the sheet in injury time. On the list, number 23 has been cancelled, and it 28, my lords, 28, I'm sorry. 28 has been cancelled on the list. It's been deleted. And we wish to tender that list. It is numbered up to 47, which means there are 46 exhibits.
My lord, we have no objection.
Hurry up.
My lord, we have no objection.
No objection, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
Injury time is referred to as time added on.
My lord, I have to defer to your modernity.
So, 1 hour from now, whether manually or electronically generated, we'll be back. That's so 2:45.
1:45.
1:45. Sorry. Why are you confusing me? What? It's now 45, quarter to 1:45. All right. No, 1:45. 1:45. All right, it's quarter to 1 hour from now. All right. 1:45. Okay.
All right.
Problem. KC Primary School, I think. Polling station code A171201B. my lords, it's the same problem, mislabeling.
And is there a problem with the Commissioner for Oaths?
Yeah, the exhibit number is not entered, my lord, in the Commissioner of Oaths stamp.
In either of the two?
Yes, my lord.
Now, in fact, you can see that that problem is repeated many times. Can you not? I mean, it's repeated in a lot of exhibits. You can see that.
Yeah, quite a few.
As we show them to you.
Yes, my lord.
Now, obviously, this is not what you expected. I mean, you expected that those parts will be filled in. Is that not correct?
Well, yes, in terms of what has to be done, yes. We expected that all the parts would be properly filled in.
And neither you nor any of your team had noticed that omission in any of the instances that we have drawn your attention to now?
I can only speak for myself, my lord. I did not notice.
Okay. Thank you. That's fine. These are both manually generated, the ones that I just gave you?
Yes, my lord.
And to your recollection, these are part of what you provided to the Commissioner for Oaths when you met him to sign your affidavit?
Yes, my lords. These were the documents we provided. A lot of photocopies were made of the documents, but those were the documents we provided.
Okay. Now, can I? Okay. The rest are. Do we have all? Yeah. Do we have all of this part? Oh, okay. Okay, please have a look at this list and also the documents, the pink sheets that are now being shown to you, and just confirm that the pink sheets that you have are what are listed in the list that you have been provided.
Those have found all except one, the KC primary school. I'm not quite sure.
Okay, let me just have that. I may, and the list, may I have the list, please? No, just a list for the moment. I think that was on the previous list. So just maybe we should just count. There are two deleted numbers, 8 and 17. No. Sorry, it is. This one is, I think, the second one. If you can just check. I think it's the second one, RC Primary School.
Oh, okay. This looks like KC.
I think it's RC.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it is part of that. Yeah. Okay. It is part of that. So I think it tallies, right? I think it tallies.
It tallies.
Yes. So please confirm that in each set of exhibits, you have the same polling station in 2 exhibits.
Yes, my lords, that is the case.
How many are in this 18. The list is up to 20. We have taken out 2. The ones that we've taken out are numbers 8, Apostolic Church, Mayamka B, and number 17, and the code is given and the name is not legible, but we've taken out 8 and 17.
Your question was that in each set there are 2 polling stations.
No, there is 1 polling station and 2 exhibits. So the same polling station is repeated.
Yeah. All right.
That is we're continuing in that series. And my lords, as I indicated, we did have to do separate lists because we were trying to expedite the matter by having different people lists in different lots. And can you also just look at the Commissioner for Oaths column and just quickly indicate the situation there in respect of the identification of the exhibits?
For some of these, the Commissioner of Oaths column doesn't indicate the exhibit.
And we don't need to count them, but
yeah, not all of them, but for some of them.
For most of them, in fact, for most of them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, that is not what you expected in respect of those exhibits which you attached to your affidavit. That's not what you expected to see.
Well, that is what it ended up being. I think it should have been properly filled if that is what is required. I think it should have been.
And you did not draw the attention of the Commissioner for Oaths to the omission before you filed these documents?
No, I did not.
Because you hadn't noticed?
Yes, my lords.
Now, you were not actually physically present when these documents were filed, were you? You were physically present at the court when these documents were filed?
No, I wasn't physically present. They were brought in to be filed. Yeah.
By your legal team, presumably?
Yes, my lord.
And clearly, they had not noticed either that there were these blanks?
I cannot speak for anybody but myself.
In fact, Dr. Baumia, you deposed to that affidavit not only on your behalf, but also on behalf of the other petitioners. Is that not the case?
That's the case, my lords.
The other petitioners both read the contents of your affidavit, did they not?
Yes, my lords, they did.
And were both present at the time when you were having this encounter with the Commissioner of Oaths?
No, both were not present.
One was present?
No, actually, I was the only one present.
But they had been aware beforehand of the contents of your affidavit. Is that correct?
They read the contents of my affidavit.
Did they have a chance to see your exhibits as well?
Some of them, yes.
I'm sorry, when you say some of them, they had a chance to see some of your exhibits?
Yes. I went through all of the exhibits, but they went through some of them.
They went through some of them?
Yeah.
Okay. And they did not point out any blanks that they had noticed?
No.
And some of your lawyers were present when you were with the Commissioner for Oaths. Is that not right?
Yes, my lord.
How many of them?
A few. I can't quite remember how.
4, 5, or all 11 or more? Just
about 2 or 3, I think.
About 2 or 3.
Yeah.
And they were helping you go through the different exhibits, correct?
That's right, my lord.
And none of them observed any blanks to draw your attention to?
No, my lord.
My lords, we wish to tender the list that the witness has just seen.
My lords, we have no objection.
No objection, Lord.
Lots. We're going to change the 5 to 3. Yeah, to 3. We're taking the first 3. My lords, we'll go into lot 3, which is currently mislabeled as lot 5 in your, but we're going to correct that mislabeling. And we have taken the liberty of just the top 3 to start the process whilst you confirm. They have actually had a chance to look at them earlier on, but we just want them to confirm.
Do I understand you to be revisiting the laws you have tendered and taking some to make particular?
This is a new lot that we are coming to, which is going to be...
Because we started with lot 1, lot 2.
We're now coming to lot 3.
I thought you should have continued the progression. Otherwise, it will be like duplicating the pink sheets. You have two respect of the same poll. You should have continued.
My Lord, I completely agree. I think
yeah, all right.
But that is indeed what we should have done. So, my Lord, if you can just give us a couple of minutes, we'll just sort ourselves out on that.
Okay.
So, can I just see the exhibit that was just, or the series of exhibits that we had? The series. Yes. Lot 1, lot 2. So we have already got lot 1 and lot 2, and the next one should be lot 3. This will be lot 3. So now, my lords, we are going to lot 3. We've had lot 1 and 2. Lot 1 was before we took the break.
NDC 2 was labeled as lot 1.
No, my lord.
And then we
that was in
lot 2. That was NDC 3. But if we continue in that with that progression, but if you are talking of the laws in terms of the subject categorization, then we better refer to them by their exhibit numbers in order not to have any confusion with the laws, because we had some lots 1 yesterday and lots 2 yesterday. Today we are having lots 1 and lot 2. So it will be better to keep to the exhibit numbers like NDC 4, NDC 5.
Very well.
For purposes of clarity.
Very well. Yes, my lords, I think that is indeed. I think that it is only when we're in the process of exhibiting them that we use the lot numbers so that my learned friends are not confused about what we showed them earlier. But your lordships are entirely correct in that regard. To avoid confusion, we will refer to the exhibit numbers.
Okay.
So in respect of what we have tendered so far, in respect of the same pink sheet used, same polling station used for different exhibits, we are now in the third lot of that category. But as soon as we get the exhibit number, we will refer to the exhibit number.
the end of the morning session, you adopted the interlocutory method of
we did
putting some of them pending.
We actually did, but I think they didn't have, I think probably lead counsel didn't have time during the lunch break to review, but some of his team were with some members of our team to review, and but I think counsel didn't have, lead counsel didn't have the chance during the lunch break. But I shouldn't be speaking for him.
No, but even there, what I'm saying is that there's a whole bulk sent to them.
Yes.
So as they scan them,
we can start
visually.
Yes.
You know, and as and when they clear
exactly.
in number,
then if we can have the first few, then maybe I can start.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, very well. If we can have the first few from that list, can you? Can you please look at exhibit MBE 31, MB-E-31, and exhibit MB-M-666. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I think I've given you 3 rather than 2, but you have to look at the first 2. Are you able to confirm that they are in respect of the same polling station? Those first 2?
Yes, my lord. They are the same polling station.
And the polling station name is?
Tommy Nayiri. Tommy Nayiri.
And the code number of that polling station?
The polling station code is K090503.
And if you just add that to the third one that you have, I think you'll see that those 2, the next 2, are also in respect of the same polling station. Can you please give the exhibit numbers of those to the court?
MBM 668, MBM 666. And the polling station name is Tolibri Primary School. Tolibri. Libri. Tolibri Primary School. And the polling station code, my lords, is K080301.
And we have a list involving this lot. And it's a list that's numbered up to 38. And within this series, we're calling it Lot 3 within this series. But when the exhibit number is given, we shall refer to the exhibit number. So it's a list made up of 38 sets, and we have deleted one, number 25 on the list. And I'm respectfully going to ask the witness to be given the list so that he can start. Sorry. We're calling this lot 3. It didn't have a lot number, but we're calling it lot 3 within the series. So yeah, let's go through that. And I apologize. I referred to another list as lot 3 before, so that's the confusion. I think we need to correct a typographical error in the list that has been pointed out to us. Not these ones. Not these ones. So perhaps we can begin to look at the remainder of the sheets on that list. I think you have had the first two lots, the first two sets. And if you can just follow down the list to see whether you can see the same.
Yes, my lords, I can confirm that those are sets relating to the same polling station. Even on one of them, they have specified that the claim is invalid because of error from printing.
You are reading our notes. let me take over. Our notes are not part of. Actually, you didn't read it properly. It says claim invalid. You didn't see that.
Oh,
claim
I saw that because of errors of printing.
No. You didn't read all of it. But I'm not going to read all of it until I get to that subject. When I get to that subject, you'll hear more on that.
Yeah. It's just one I cannot find, my lords, maybe.
Which one is that?
This one.
Okay. You can't find that. Look at 31 on the list. Okay,
that's correct.
Are you able to confirm that you have had sight of all the pink sheets on that list?
Yes, my lords.
And are you able to confirm that in respect of each set of pink sheets, you have the same polling station being reflected on two exhibits?
Yes, my lord. Same polling station reflected on two exhibits, but only used once in the analysis.
And And on a number of the pink sheets, on a number of them, you do observe that the exhibit is not identified in the Commissioner of Oaths stamp. Do you not? On some of them, not all.
A few of them. This lot, most of them have their exhibits identified by the Commissioner.
In a few of them.
A few. I've just seen one. The other pair of it has been identified. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, pretty much all. This one is another one which has been identified in one pair. This has been identified in both. This has not been identified.
So that has not been identified in either.
In either.
Mm-hmm. That is.
Yeah. So this has been identified in both. So has this in both. So for maybe one or two which have not been identified, the rest have been identified.
In this list.
In this list, yes.
What's the next list? Now, yeah, I understand that. These entries in that column of the Commissioner of Oaths stamp, are they all electronically entered, or some manual, some electronic?
Some manual, some electronic.
Okay, so I think we're done with this list, and we'd like to tender the list. So let's have the ones that we're done with. Thank you. This is going to be lot 5. Yeah, the list. Can we have the list? Can we have the list?
No objection.
Let's show it in them too, because we are changing. Let them notice it used to be 3, we changed it to 5. Now, would you please look at this set or this lot of pink sheets and look at each set as identified on the list? Would you please just examine them first? The number of sheets here is 25. The number of sets is 25. Let me just have the list for a moment. I think I mislabeled it again.
Oh, no.
I expressed the label lot 5, it should be lot 4. My Lord, I'm arithmetically challenged this afternoon, but it should be lot 4. The exhibit number will spare me my human error. So that's it's correctly labeled now. And in that list, which you have been able to go through in terms of the actual exhibits, are you able to confirm that you have the same polling station pink sheet in 2 exhibits?
Yes, my lords, we have the same polling station pink sheets in 2 exhibits, but they were only used once.
And that is in respect of all the sets of exhibits in that list?
Yes, my lord.
And you can also confirm that on probably about half of those exhibits, in the place where the Commissioner of Oaths is supposed to identify the exhibit, there's a blank.
I think in probably about 90% of what I have here, the exhibits is actually rightfully filled in.
I see, in about 90%, and you believe that in about 10% is not rightfully?
That's right.
Okay. No, I'm not going to do that. I'll tell you why I'm not. Now,
but there are some for which the single sheets are not filled in, but the other is filled in. Yeah. But there are about 4 of these in this law.
So it might be a little more than the 10%. Actually.
Could be if we do the calculation. Yeah. But I just want to be clear.
Okay. I don't need you to use your calculator at this time. We'll use it for more important calculations.
Every calculation is important here. There are no small errors.
I actually agree. And indeed, in respect of each of those situations where there is a blank, you would say there is an error, wouldn't you?
Yes, if it's supposed to be there, then it is not there. It must be an error.
And there are no small errors.
Yes, there are no small errors when you are calculating. But errors must not affect somebody's presidency.
Errors must not affect somebody's presidency.
No, it's a light-hearted comment, ma'am, Lord.
No, anyway, let's Especially if they are serious errors.
Yes, especially if they are violations of the law.
Okay. Yes. If we can just have the list, we will tender that list as we also receive the review of the next lot, which is indeed going to be lot 5 at last. Let me have that. We're going to tender the list, and then we're going to let him have, this is the list that we're going to tender. In the meantime, you can let him have the next lot of stuff.
My lords, we have no objection.
My lord, no objection.
No objection.
My lords, it's marked exhibit NDC.
In that list, there are 25 and no deletions. There are 25 in that list. Looked at those already. Yeah. Now, if we can just start with this. Actually, my lords, since he's in the middle of looking at them, I may be disrupting his. So I think we should just let him continue. Yes, very well. Are they done? I think they're done. Yeah, they're done. Okay. Can I see on the list? It's okay. We just take the if we just take the first set on this list, Exhibit MB-H-617 and Exhibit MB-H-216, and I'm removing our notes before you read them. Or after you've read them, it doesn't matter. And you do confirm, do you not, that indeed it is in respect of the same polling station?
Yes, my lords.
And you do confirm that, are they both manually or electronically generated?
Manually.
They're both manually generated.
Yes.
And in both, the Commissioner for Oaths identification of the exhibit is blank.
Yes, for this exhibit it is blank, yes.
In this set, Exhibit MB-M-228 and Exhibit MB-M-231, MB-M-228, and then the second one in the set is MB-M-231. And the polling station is Amam from Experimental School. Amam from Experimental School. No, it's Amam from. And you are able to confirm that they are in respect of the same polling station, are you not?
Yes, my lord. They are in respect of the same polling station.
We are forgetting to when we're leaving.
And this is a rather interesting one. Just have a look at this one. And the polling station there is what?
Cockroaches. Cockroaches polling station.
The polling station name is Cockroaches. The exhibit number
MBM97. The other one is MBM159.
Cockroaches polling station.
Yes, my lord.
Cockroaches alias Bagbaja.
We only see it in terms of violations, my lord.
And in terms of the humor as well.
Yeah, I'm just joking.
Now, in both cockroaches, we're dealing with the same polling station, are we not?
That's right, we are dealing with the same polling station, my lord.
Now, please go through the rest of what your council have gone through. And we are trying to make sure you don't see our notes this time.
It wouldn't help you.
No, we don't want it to help you. So, but I'm also trying to identify where you got to. But you can check it yourself. You got to a certain point on the list, and maybe we'll take it from there, because
got to Atuabo on the list. Yes. Atuabo is over there. That's, I believe, number 10. And we're going to continue.
What lot is this?
This is lot 5. Which you have not yet gone through from that list. And I think where we had got to on that list was around Atuabo. Unless these are also on that list, then you need to continue from this last lot. The order.
It says our claim is valid.
And you have now completed your review of what is in that list of 48 sets of pink sheets. Lot 5 within that series with 48 sets listed. And on this list, there is nothing deleted. You have now completed your review of that, have you not?
Yes, my lord.
And you can confirm that in respect of each set of pink sheets, it has the same polling station.
Yes, my lord, I can confirm that, and also confirm that they were only used once in the analysis.
Analysis they're going through. My lords, we wish to tender that list, lot 5, within that series.
My lords, we have no objection.
My lords, no objection.
No objection, my lord.
My lords, this mark has been NBC 9. NBC 9.
So, can we have that? Thank you. Where do we go to? It starts from early primary. Early primary. And I now show you exhibit MB-Q-514 and exhibit MB-P-1013. And I'll show you those two. And can you confirm that both are in respect of the same polling station, and can you identify that polling station, please?
Yes, my lords. LA Primary School, B, Ian Humik. That's what I can read. Yao Humik. LA Primary School, B, Yao Humik. As I see it, YAWHIMIC.
It's not MAKROM. And you're able to confirm that the two exhibits are in respect of the same polling station?
Yes, my lord.
Now, in this case, you see that one is MB-P and another is MB-Q. That means they are used in different categories of your case. Isn't that right? In different categories.
Yes, my lord.
Now,
the Q relates to a duplicate serial number as well as no signature, I think, and the P relates to a duplicate serial number. So, again, with different categories, I think errors in labeling was made in terms of placement.
Errors in labeling in terms of placement, that's what you said?
Yes, categorization, yes.
There are no small errors.
No, these errors don't affect the numbers. The EC's errors have affected the numbers.
You see, these errors also affect the numbers. Can you read the results on that at that polling station?
Yes, my lords. The results here are John Dramani Mahama 374, Henry Latte 4, Nana Akufo-Addo 209, Pakwesi Ndum 2, Kwesi Odike 1, Ayaraga 0, Michael Sakara Foster 1, Jacob Osei-Yeboah 1. So, as in most cases, these errors have inured to the benefit of the first respondent.
And you are seeking to have those votes annulled. You are seeking to have those votes annulled.
Yes, my lord, because of the violations inherent in the pink sheet.
Now, this list that we are going to show you consists of other sets following in this same series, and we'd like you to take a close look. Yes, it's a list of 20. That is lot 6 within this series. my Lord.
From your last question, do I understand you to be saying that each time there is alphabetical variation in the numbering of the exhibits you refer to, they relate to two different categories of malpractices?
As alleged by them, indeed. Has been repeated.
No, I understand that.
Yes, that's right. Different categories.
My Lord, some fall within the same category also. They are not all the same, different categories. Some fall within the same category.
But they are always given different exhibit numbers. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
They are given different exhibit numbers.
That is correct, and only used in the analysis once.
Are you able to confirm that you have reviewed everything on that list?
Yes, my lords.
And you're able to confirm that with each set of exhibits, we're dealing with the same polling station and it's repeated?
Yes, my lord. It's mislabeled the same polling station in two different categories.
And this mislabeling as you describe it.
Please, counsel, don't shout.
This
you can make your point.
This mislabeling as you describe it, and you're not going to tell me what to do. This mislabeling as you describe it is misleading to anybody who has these exhibits in their hands, is it not?
My lords, they were mislabeled, but only used in the analysis
once. And it misleads anybody who receives this lot of exhibit. It misleads them, does it not?
Without explanation, you may be misled. But if you get the correct explanation and realize that it's only used in the analysis once, then you'll be comforted that it is not misleading, my lords.
Now, these exhibits were sent to the court that looked at all these exhibits. As well as the respondents.
Yes, my lord.
Now, the original affidavit of the first petitioner verifying was in respect of allegations about 4,709 polling stations. Is that correct?
Yes, my lord.
Did you provide in your affidavit any explanation in respect of that earlier number and your change to the higher number?
I don't recall. There was no explanation. I think we had an amended petition where we moved up to a higher number.
I'm going to show you the first petitioner's verifying affidavit.
Referring to the original petition and affidavit and verification, we are no more relying on that. There's a current, it's been amended, and the amended petition and affidavit is the one that is presently before the court.
Yes. Now, this is an affidavit that is before this court. And I'm going to show it to you.
My Lord, we have raised an objection to this document being tendered through the witness or questions being asked on pleadings that have been abandoned. We have before the court now an amended petition.
Sometimes we just look on because when you intervene, you know, all sorts of...
My Lord, we're talking about...
I'm coming.
Incredible.
Misconceptions. But yes, when a pleading is amended, the first one is phased out. That's the effect of an amendment. But, you know, all along. Yes, so now, yes. Yes, anyway, yes, what do you have?
My Lord, there is an affidavit, a sworn affidavit that is part of these proceedings.
Yes.
And I am going to cross-examine the witness in respect of this amended petition by a reference that I'm going to make to that affidavit that the earlier swore. The first petitioner swore to an affidavit which is before this court, and the fact that they've amended their pleadings does not mean that I cannot refer to their affidavits and their earlier pleadings in this case, especially if, as we have indicated in our answer, we have indicated quite clearly the inconsistencies that there have been in their case along the way. So, my Lord, there's absolutely no reason why I cannot refer to that in cross-examination.
See, this is a hybrid situation. Normally, pleadings are not required to be verified by affidavit, but in an action like this, they are. So, one would apply the amendment as it were. I see the point you are making related to affidavit, but in fairness, one has to construe the amendment procedure mutatis mutandis, also in respect of the affidavit, so that when the amendment is made, it's not just the pleading, but the new affidavit supporting the amended petition should be deemed to have been substituted or amended the earlier one too. No, it's a new one, so we're doing this.
Well, may I respectfully ask whether that means that the fact of amendment and the drastic change in position cannot be a matter of comment?
Yeah.
Even in... Yes, but you need to lay the foundation for the basis of that comment. Exactly. You need to lay the foundation for the basis of that comment.
But the very fine affidavit, the very fine affidavit, very fine particular document.
We'll rule that with the amended petition, the previous pleadings together with the affidavit fall out, they're phased out, and cannot be referred to.
We're most grateful, my Lord.
Now, okay, now, my lords, there indeed, as has been famously said, there are many ways of killing a cat. And I will refer to the affidavit that is filed with the amended pleadings, the second amended pleadings. Now, the affidavit attached to that is dated the 8th February 2013. Yeah. And that is actually also sworn to. Very well.
It's 4:15, almost.
Yes. That affidavit is also sworn to by the first petitioner, and I will just refer you to that. Now, I am going to show you two passages. First of all, paragraph 26 of the affidavit, which is on page 7. Paragraph 26. Can you please read that, paragraph 26 of the affidavit?
Yes, my lords. It reads as follows. that there were also 28 locations where elections took place which were not part of the 26,002 polling stations created by the second respondent for the purposes of the December 2012 elections.
Now, by the time that the first petitioner deposed to that affidavit on oath, he had written the letter Exhibit 3E and signed the letter Exhibit 3E to the second respondent, had he not?
Can I have a look at Exhibit 3E again, please?
What's the date of this affidavit?
Paragraph 26 of the affidavit
Dated
of the first petitioner.
Dated when?
8 February 2013.
Okay.
It was when it was stamped received.
Your question was that
by the time he deposed to this affidavit, he had signed the letter Exhibit 3E, which I'm now showing the witness.
Yes, my lord, this letter is a rather curious one. That's why I wanted to see it. It is supposed to have been sent.
Is it signed by the first petitioner?
Yes, that's why it's curious. It was dated 5th December 2012. But the returning officer received it and dated it 3rd December 2012. It is inconsistent.
On its face.
That's right.
But it was signed. It was signed by the first petitioner.
It's an electronic signature. It's not. So one would like to really see the original of this letter. But I'm saying that it was dated 5th of December 2012, and the receipt by the returning officer is dated the 3rd of December 2012. I mean, 5th of December 2012 is 2 days before the election, and the 3rd is 4 days before the election. They are inconsistent. They are inconsistent. And plus, my lords, the letter, as you see, does not refer to the polling station code. Even if the dates were consistent, we say that these polling stations are unknown because the codes on the pink sheets are inconsistent with what is in the EC list, the 26,002. So on this letter needs further explanation. It is inconsistent with as far as the dates of sending and receipt are concerned, my lord.
Now, it still bears the signature of the first petitioner.
Yes, it does, and this is why it is curious.
You know, you recall when this series of exhibits was actually being tendered by counsel for the second respondent.
That's right.
I think from where you were sitting, you recall that when the first letter was sent to your lawyers, it was reviewed by them and it was sent all the way back to the first petitioner. Do you recall seeing that?
To the first petitioner? No, yes, I don't recall seeing that.
You don't recall seeing that. Let me just have...
Most welcome.
Now, is this also the letterhead of the New Patriotic Party by any chance, or it's not?
It looks like it, yes.
It looks like the letterhead of the New Patriotic Party. And each of those other exhibits in the Exhibit 3 series are also apparently on the letterhead of the New Patriotic Party.
Yes, and each of them was sent, in fact, some of them were sent 7th December 2012, the day of the election, and received on the 3rd December 2012. Just not consistent.
Have you cared to ask your colleagues about these problems that you've seen on the face of the letter? Or you're just seeing them in the witness box now?
No, these were tendered and we've asked questions, and one of the issues that has come up is the dates of these letters.
Very well. Now, look at paragraph 9 and 10 also of the affidavit that I gave you. Well, we can start with paragraph 10. Paragraph 10 and 11. Just look at, and perhaps read paragraph 10 of that affidavit.
Yes, my Lord, paragraph 10 reads as follows. That, however, on 8th December 2012, while provisional results of ballots cast in polling stations were being declared and voting was still underway in some polling stations, it came to the notice of some members of the public that the offices of Superlock Technologies Limited, into brackets STL, a security installation and information technology company, was receiving results of the elections before transmitting same to second respondent in its strong room. That is paragraph 10, my Lord. Paragraph 11 reads as follows. That a team of MPP leaders led by Honorable Osafo Mafo went to the premises of STL and confronted the officials of the company in the presence of the media and the police officers, whereupon the STL officials said that the second respondent was their client with whom they had an agreement to provide IT services by, among others, receiving all results of votes cast and faxed from the regional offices of the second respondent before transmitting same to the strong room of the second respondent. This encounter, including the said response of the said STL officials, was broadcast live by the electronic media to the general public. That is paragraph 11, my Lord.
Now, this allegation does not feature in your affidavit. Is that correct?
That is correct. We are not following up on this in my affidavit.
You are abandoning that allegation. Is that not correct?
Yes, but we wanted to make sure that whatever we had, the evidence could really concretely show. We had evidence, but we were not satisfied at the level of it and decided to drop it. We don't want to waste the time of the court, my Lord.
So you no longer rely in this court on that allegation which featured in the affidavit of the first petitioner. You no longer rely on it.
It's been answered.
Yes, I've answered that.
Yes.
Very well. Your Lordship said that would be the last set of questions I could ask. Is that right? Okay, very well.
Or is the last one for the day?
I'm sorry, my lords, I respectfully request that we tender the last lot. I'm sorry, we should have tendered the last list. I don't think we did that. The final lot that he reviewed, it is lot 6, same thing, yeah, lot 6.
My lords, we have no objection.
My lords, it's marked exhibit NPC 10.
Very well. Tomorrow is a holiday, so we'll not sit, but I think council can sit to iron out their lists of exhibits and so forth. We offer you our court for the purpose. Otherwise, sitting is adjourned to, I think, 2nd May, Thursday, 2nd May 2013. Is it? The time for... oh, no, 9:30. I'm not able to make it. So now 9:30. 9:30. Yes. From now on. But there's no effective, that's all right, for the residue of this week. Sitting time is 9:30 a.m. The same for 9:30 a.m. So it's adjourned to 2nd May 2013, 9:30 a.m. I hope the dates, there are no inconsistencies in our dates. What I'm saying is that we somehow I took pictures. I don't mind them.